Welcome back.
Bear with me. God, I had such a sore throat this morning. Cycle 50. Starting to get to the point where, like, travel time is just so large that I'm not really getting much done. Okay, so what do I need to do? Basically, what I really need to do is start using this to generate some really nice cooling. At the moment, I'm not taking advantage of it as much as I should be. A couple of issues that I need to sort out. Carbon dioxide is going to start becoming an issue soon, unless I work that out. Looks like this is a good area to run through, like straight up. I'm gonna mine all this out. basically my power needs are such that I'm spending more time doing everything else. Okay, so... I need something... I need liquids. Jet suits. Alright, yeah, we'll do that. Is that a mirth leaf seed? Need some more storage. How big is a water pond? Sweet. I really should create an airlock here though. Kind of defeats the purpose. How's the morale going? Sweet. The morale is excellent. Our cook, our main researcher wearing a cook hat. It's just kind of funny. At this point, research is starting to become a little bit critical. I've got to fine-tune what I'm actually researching. Building up a massive storage of food though. Enough, I probably only need one of these now. Wait a sec. No, I don't need that. It's only for their areas. If I need it again, I can always reinstall this stuff, but I might as well recycle it. What's this guy doing? Okay. It's taking him a very long time. I suppose he can carry a lot. He's not carrying anything, it's just like deleting shit. Okay, I'm gonna get him to move and see what happens. Let's go. Is he just that bad at mopping? Mushrooms! Literally got so much food that they're not even storing it in the box. How much algae do I have? Starting to get low, I think. I have to think about different options for air soon. At least it looks like they're finally catching up on everything. Less heat generation because I've only got the one battery. All of this is running off 2 treadmills and a battery. he eating all the way up here? He must be stuck. Wait, how did he even get up there? How did he even get up there? Oh, this game for lols is so good. How did he even get up there? Random weird skills for the win. Uh-oh. Someone please save him. He's hungry. He hasn't had any food. He's got a sore back. He's got soggy feet. He just pissed himself. He's like, no, fuck this shit. I'm doing nothing. Okay, I'll help you out. It's like, oh yes, hell yes. Oh, that's crazy. I'll have to make it so that they can really go up through this oxygen dock. There's not enough air up here anymore. Come on, you can do it. Funny how our main researcher is also the chef. He's cooking up some meth. This guy's been going with no air for like forever. He can breathe hydrogen. Take a break, dude. Go grab an oxygen mask. Because of their travel time, I've got to start giving them a little bit more time to get shit done. Slowly getting there though. There's still no slime lung at all. This has actually turned out to be a very good seed, considering it's 100% randomly generated. Unfortunately, I can't go any further north without exposing slime lung, so I'm nowhere even near the top yet. I've got nowhere to put my carbon dioxide, so I'm gonna have to start digging down. It's a bit warmer down here, so that's gonna become a priority. Bleachstone collapse. I don't know. It's a whole lot of phosphorite though. Just gonna run the feed like that. It's funny how I know my cat's cold. It's when he won't get up for food. He won't annoy me in the morning for food either, he'll just stay under the blankets. We're slowly getting shit done. Hey, how are you going? Hope you're enjoying whatever weather that you have over there. It's nice and cold here. It's 15 degrees Celsius. Or 59 Fahrenheit. Inside my house though, it's more like 11 degrees. So these houses are built to be cold, like cooler in summer. So as a consequence, it's a lot colder in winter. I'm just seeing how far I can get with this run through. I actually think I might have picked a pretty good random seed. I'm taking it very slowly, but it is what it is. I'm sitting here enjoying a couple of beers. And I made myself some really nice chicken fettuccine yesterday. And pretty much it's the weekend, it's Saturday. I broke all records at work. The busiest month ever since I started 2 years ago in my current job. So very, very busy. And yeah, so at the moment I'm just enjoying something nice, chill, and relaxing. Emphasis on chill. I'm surrounded. But I have actually managed to get this far without a single slime lung germ getting into my base, which I don't think I've ever done before. Not by cycle 55. I usually have slime lung in my base by cycle 10. I think it's because I actually realized that some materials collapse when you mine them, so I've deliberately not mined stuff that collapses. And I've got an entropy nullifier over here, which I'm eventually going to use to keep my base cool. It's starting to get a little bit warmer inside. But it's not unmanageable yet. And I've stopped using this to produce food because I've got a massive surplus. Keep on wanting me to get more tubes. Plan. I think. Dirt it is. Right now we're running this off 2 power wheels and a single battery. This whole thing. I mean, it's not that big yet, but 6 tubes. I think I can go up to 8. like as good, but they've got to be the right duplicates. And because of insulation tiles and also airlocks, I'm trying to keep most of the oxygen in. I think I might have to start pumping the oxygen out of these areas soon and moving it into the actual base. And I've got to start getting rid of the carbon dioxide that's building up down the bottom. Research is going good. I've got a lot of it done already. It's just a matter of time. Slow and steady wins the race. And keeping all these pockets of like chlorine and other stuff for when I have to actually expand. So right now these are all trapped resources that I can use. Speaking of which. I better plug that up before it starts pumping chlorine. So oxygen masks on 2 exits, one on each side. I should put one up here soon, but that would mean I'd have to move this one down. And I'd only be able to move it down one tile at the moment, so I need them to finish building out this area, and we're expanding upwards so that eventually I might run into a wall here, but eventually we might be able to actually get somewhat close to space through here, hopefully. Still haven't reached it yet. It's still pretty far up. But then I can start getting rid of the carbon dioxide, which is basically useless for everything. Yeah, so I'm only running 2 diffusers. And one of them's not even running half the time. Actually, they're both not. I can definitely use 2 more dupes, but they've got to be good. I'll have to make another bedroom. Oh no, actually, I'll be able to fit 2 more cots in here. If I have 2 more dupes, I should be going good. I should actually make the bedrooms like actual beds. Because there's no slime on, there's basically no stress. And I, put drywall in, so these areas for decor are like it's actually not too bad. Trying to keep the hatches out so they don't put dirt in my areas. potential load of this circuit is actually enough to overload all my electronics eventually. So I've been pretty lucky so far. Actually, some parts of my base are already getting very hot. It's 30 degrees. Shite. Might have to prioritize this soon. Usually the mistake I make is I have like deodorizers all through my base to deal with slime lung. And because I haven't broken a single slime lung tile yet, I haven't had to worry about it, which means I only have 3 deodorizers running in my entire base. This splitter dirt can't even actually emit because it's overpressure. Starting to get warm. The only reason this is cooler is because of the pipes that are running from our water supply down here. Water's an excellent heat sink. So my food is starting to get warm, but I think that will change as soon as they start cooking some stuff. And that generates heat, so gonna try and do all the research, like research everything, and then once that's done, my researcher can focus on doing cooking and stuff, which is why my researcher, being like a meth cook, is wearing a nice hat. So much phosphite as well. It's actually going to be huge. There's a lot of phosphite to mine out. I'm actually a bit concerned though, because my Dracos aren't handling this very well. No, sorry, my hatches. I've only got one left. They haven't been breeding. They laid an egg. It's a nymph egg. For a shine bug. So there's like one one hatch left. I haven't been killing them either, they've just been dying naturally, so... Kinda sad. Yep, food just went way back up. Definitely could use a couple more tubes. Oh, there he is. I should start breeding. I'll start up one breeding station for him. If I can remember how to do it. I don't want to lose all my hatches. I've got 2 left, they can breed. It's time to get it done. Eventually, endgame, I want to be living off yeah. It's a pretty fun game. Water weird, growth altered, too wet. I'm growing water spinach at the moment. I started off with 1 plant. I found 1 plant in Bunnings, like basically hardware store, so like your standard store, like hardware store. I found 1 water weed plant. I took some cuttings, I trimmed them off, left 3 nodes on, put them in water, so they put out like little root nodules in water. No fertilizer or anything like that, just like basically putting it in a cut-off Coke bottle to let them develop. Potted them up the other day and they're already growing. It's like exponential growth. If you want to grow a single plant that I could recommend that you could actually eat and live off, it's a water spinach. It's actually really good. High fiber, high 9. I'll get some photos later when I get a chance. Today's Saturday, I'm just enjoying myself and drinking some beers. Because that's what's most important. Hey, Joel. Yeah, it's such a good one. No, but I mean like water spinach, so like kangkong. It's actually really, really good. Like, I harvest it, and then a week later, the plant is bigger than after I cut everything off it. Plus it's really, really, really good in stir fry. It is good. But this game is actually surprisingly difficult. So, I'll start showing you some of the stats. You've got to build your own oxygen. So this is the oxygen overlay. Right, so high oxygen. Then you've got power. So this is the power grid that I've got. It's actually not very big. There's not much going. And then you've got temperature. Temperature is a big one. I can't grow plants if it's above a certain temperature. And temperature spreads through, depending if it's gas or a liquid or like what's generating it. So all my research and stuff is in here. So it's actually quite hot. And it's generating heat that spreads throughout your base. And eventually, right in here at the moment, it's 23, 25 degrees. If that hits 30, the food that I'm producing won't grow. Da-da. So what you got to do is you actually got to transfer heat around. Some of these areas are actually quite hot, so that's why I haven't dug into them. So different types of materials, and like this is all like polluted oxygen and all that crazy types of stuff. Carbon dioxide. And then you've got like light. So the only areas of my base which are lighted, I have 2 lights. That's it. This is like the plumbing. I was using this to generate food when I started running out of food, but then I realized it was overkill, so I shut off the pipes and deconstructed them. But these are the farms, so that's farming. So I'm farming food as well. And ventilation. I've got very minimum at the moment. I've got 2 points where there's airlocks. All these doors are airlocks. And for people to go outside of this area, they have to go through one of these airlocks and pick up it like an oxygen mask. Yep. Then you've got like decor, so it's like keeping up their morale. So where they're eating, they're quite happy. And when they go to the toilet, or wash their hands after they go to the toilet, because I'm forcing them to, or if they're researching, you know, it makes them happier. Because the skills for the different dupes, I've only got 6 at the moment, but they've all got a morale requirement, and they can't use those skills unless their morale is high enough. But their morale is quite high because they've got all these modifiers. So it's like Great Hall, interested in skills, mushroom, 3 shift break, you know, duplicate, barracks, blah 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 blah. And then you've got so different types of rooms. They've got to meet certain criteria. So I've got a barracks, and I've got a Great Hall, and I've got a washroom, and a stable. In fact, they finished building that, so I should actually specify that they should put stuff in here now. And set it at a relatively high thing. I've got 1 duplicate that can do ranching. And what I'm going to feed them is sedimentary rock. So they need to actually pick up these things, because I've only got 2 left. There's only 2 left in my entire base. So I'm gonna capture them now and take them over here and then start breeding them. And they can live happily in this room because I'll be feeding them. And eventually, one day, I'll be eating them. But not just yet. I've got fish swimming around in my water supplies, and they poop out like pollutants. There's one over here. And you can eat them and they'll breed. So they're all old, but these are the babies. The baby fish. It's actually a really good game. And then you got like I've got a pump, you know, that they can use to grab water and research. Finish research. I'm researching the entire tech tree at the moment. Slow and steady wins the race, essentially. I've only got 2 power generators and 1 battery running this entire show. Then, oh god, there's so many other things to think of. So I don't have any automation yet. But let's have a look at the oxygen overlay. So I'm generating oxygen from both of these, which aren't running because they're at max gas pressure, which means I've got more than enough oxygen. But when they breathe in oxygen, they breathe out carbon dioxide. Exactly. Yeah, that's exactly right, Jill. So right now, this carbon dioxide is building up in the bottom of my base. And eventually, they won't be able to sleep because they'll be they can't sleep because like there's carbon dioxide in their bedroom. I mean, like, can't breathe it. So everything that's red is something that they can't breathe. So at the moment I'm trying to keep temperatures stable. So right now it's 25 degrees in here, which means these plants can grow because their temperature is between 10 and 30 degrees where they can actually grow. And then they can, I've got one dude who's farming it, harvesting it, putting it in here. And then they take it from there and they take it up to this grill and they cook it and they make it into food. and then they eat that food. And so scheduling, I've got 6 at the moment. Oh yeah, it does, it really does. The temperature rises hugely. If you build something that generates heat, like a steam turbine, that actually would heat up my entire base to like 100 degrees within, you know, 10 or 20 minutes. So everyone would be boiling alive. Or if like I was running a sauna for the morale. So at the moment, the only thing I've got controlling the temperature in my base... Oh, they're slowly getting it. Excellent, that's what I've been waiting for them to do that for ages. Is that I'm grabbing ice from in here, I'm dropping it into the water over here, and it's cooling down the water, and I'm pumping that water up to my farm, and while the water's going up there, it's cooling down the rest of the base. So that's the temp overlay. They're at 30 degrees. Those plants couldn't grow in 30 degrees. It's actually super, super complicated. Yeah, so ice. There's snow and polluted ice. And like actual ice. And plants that breathe out cold air. And what else? Oh yeah, so germs. Germs are a big one. So I'm running lavatories, which are like you know, something that they can go to the toilet in, because they've got to go to the toilet. And they run in here and they use it, and then water gets pumped up through here into the toilets and the farms, and it comes out as polluted water, which is currently building up in this room just here. It's like a sewer, literally. And when they go to get food, they're picking up food germs and then eating it and get food poisoning. Oh, you have to keep on expanding, yeah. It's not something you can keep going forever. So for growing food you need dirt and water. And for generating air, like at the moment I've only got 2. For generating air that needs algae. So if I look at my resources, I've only got 38.4 tons of algae left. Last time I checked that, which was about half an hour ago, I had 40. So that's a limited resource that you can only get so much of. So eventually I've got to start producing air without using algae. So there's other ways to make air, like you can convert water into air, for example. In terms of water resources, when I started, it was... the water level was about here. So I'm slowly running out of water as well. And if I run out of water, and I run out of air, and I run out of food, then everyone dies. And every 3 cycles, basically every 3 days, you get like a chance to get like a care package or more duplicates. But you have to be really careful, because the more duplicates you have, the more food they eat. Exactly, yeah. So at the moment, I'll just pause it quickly. I've got airlocks, which are locked. You can specify that they're locked all around my base, and actually inside my base as well. Some of them I keep closed, some of them are open, some of them are just normal doors that let gas through. So if they want to go out on this side, they've got to go through out this exit, and they'll pick up like an oxygen mask so they can breathe outside. And if they come out through this side, they go through that one. And if they want to go up there, essentially they'll go out through there and then up there and all through that. But you can't really tell them what to do. Like, you can give them priorities, but they just run off and kind of do their own thing. So at the moment, those two hatches which I ordered picked up and brought over here, there's two of them over here. Right? They're just doing their own thing. There are ways to get infinite resources, but I haven't found one on this map yet. So there's like, yeah, exactly. Very stubborn. There's like volcanoes and stuff which are hidden behind tiles, and they might put out water or air or like salt, slush, water, or like lava or oil, or like all different types of resources. And I haven't found one yet, but once you find one, it's kind of really dangerous because it can overheat your base. Like at the moment, the only thing generating heat is basically these. Everything else isn't really generating heat. But as soon as I have to start using the other resources, then I have to start using things like power transformers and coal generators and like natural gas and hydrogen generators, like for power, and those generate crap loads of heat. Or if I wanted to build plastic, then, or if I wanted to build steel, then I actually, well, the volcanoes are incredibly dangerous. Yes, like that's the whole point. That's why it's so hard. Like, it's actually a really tricky game. There's so many different layers that go into it. So if I wanted to make metal, actually I don't even think I can make metal yet. If I wanted to make plastic, I'd need petroleum. You make petroleum from oil, which will also produce natural gas, which is, there's none in my base yet, but that's hydrogen sitting up the top. So it's like one big massive, it's very, very complicated. Exactly, yeah. If I dug into here, for example, that's slime lung. That's one of the worst things that you can put on your base. I've managed to get through this entire game so far, for 58 cycles without digging up one single tile of slime lung, because even if I did that accidentally, I'd have disease running rampant through my base. And also, liquids and air are better conductors of temperature in some ways than like rock. So temperature wise, this area is like 44 degrees, 44. So looking at the different temperature layers, it's actually pretty good. But at that temperature, I wouldn't be able to grow crops. So if I dig that up, and then I take that rock, and I bring it into my base, it would start heating it up. So I am actually digging some of it up, but I'm being very careful about how much and where. I need to get up to the top, because all the way up here where it's blank, it's actually space. So I can use that to do some things. All the way down the bottom, which is like all the way down here, there's like oil and lava and everything. And hidden all throughout this, usually hidden behind abyssalite. So this abyssalite here, that type of rock. There might be volcanoes hidden behind that. For building things. So if I build like a tile like just a normal building tile, I can specify what it's built out of. So it could be sandstone or igneous rock or granite or sedimentary rock. Oh yeah. Yeah, they're hidden. So you gotta be really careful. But yeah, you can build everything out of different types of stuff. So like say if I wanted to build a oil refinery, I could build that out of copper or iron or gold or wolframite, and they've all got different sort of things that happen. So yeah, exactly. So like when you're mining out the blocks, that's like your resources. So at the moment they're all sitting on the ground, depending on how I use it, and then they might come pick them up later. Or I could tell them to store it in like a storage container. Like this one's got sand, dirt, coal, sandstone, polluted dirt, blossom seeds, briar seeds, fertilizer, and granite. And I can tell that to store that in here, say how much they should store of it, and then set the priority. So every dupe, they have a priority, and they've got different things that they're good at. So you give them different priorities to do things. And I can give one guy priority for storing and supplying, and he'll just run around and pick up stuff all day and put it where I tell them to put it by setting the priority on the thing. It's super complicated. But it's fun at the same time because it's pretty stupid, and it's like playing Lemmings but in 3D, and you can build shit. I don't know, have you ever played Lemmings? Well, the primary task is to survive. So eventually I'm going to run out of air. So I'll have to expand and figure out new ways to get air and new ways to get water. And every one of these different areas has a different type of problem that you have to solve by building different types of things. So whether that's air or converting or using filters, and like plumbing, for example. I can filter different types of liquids. Different types of liquids can be in the same place. Different types of air can be in the same place. Different types of, like when I say air, it could be hydrogen, it could be carbon dioxide, it could be chlorine gas, it could be, natural gas, it could be all sorts of things. And all of these things have like a different application. So you're trying to survive for as long as possible. And heat is usually what kills people. But eventually you get up to space. And the end of the game is essentially when you can get out to space and you're starting to colonize space. Yeah, for the moment. Yeah, like that's a lot of water, but it won't last very long. Especially if I start getting more duplicates, which I'm going to have to start doing now, because my guys aren't getting enough stuff done. They need to be getting stuff done faster. So I need to get more duplicates. That means they need more food. That means that we need more water, which means we need more air, which means we need more food. And it just keeps on building up and building up. And but yeah, eventually the way you win the game is you get to space, and using the volcanoes you can be kinda self-sufficient. And oh yeah, they can die. Oh yeah. If I lock that door, everyone outside would die. Or if there's a volcano, it goes off and it raises the temperature to 200 degrees Celsius. They'll die. Burnt to death, starved to death, run out of air, die from food poisoning. There's so many ways they can die. If I don't give them access to the toilet, they'll just go to the toilet everywhere. So say one of my guys can't get to the toilet and he's in the bedroom, he'll piss all over the bedroom, and then every time that the people go to the beds, they have to walk over their pee, and then you have to get them to mop it up and take it somewhere. So at the moment, if one of them goes to the toilet in the wrong space accidentally, I've got to mop it. They'll go and mop it, and then they'll drop it into this bottle emptier, and then it'll fall into this pit of polluted water. Oh, it's such a good game. I'll be right back. I actually need to go pee. I've been talking about peeing too much. Oh my god, I shouldn't say that. Ah! I'll be right back. I actually probably shouldn't say this, but I should. No, for this, I've actually never beaten this game. I've never won it. I've never actually got to the end of it, because everyone dies. You can win it, it's tricky, but I've never actually won this game. I've never beaten it. And there's actually an expansion for it that lets you start colonizing other asteroids. And I want to beat the original game before I get the expansion. But yeah, I've never beaten it. Okay, we need to get more people. So I can either get some more food, which I don't need, and get salt water, which I don't need, or I can get another dude. I've already got someone who's got a farming, I think. So they got farming skill 12. But I do need more duplicates. So... I mean, this one's got a building. That would come in handy when we were building stuff. Plus they got a day called betas. No, I'll take the food. Anyway, I'll leave it running now. Basically, if I pull another person in who's going to be eating food and breathing air, they've got to be pretty good. I'm trying to think of what the next problem I have to deal with is. So I'm trying to predict it in advance. It looks like a lot of food's going rotten. So we're making too much food, essentially. I need to move my ration box to somewhere where it's not going to poison everyone. That's what I'm going to need to do. not so close to the toilet. Maybe in here. It's kind of really the only place I can put it though. I'm running out of room. So, the good thing about what's happening here is that it's filled up with carbon dioxide. And because there's no oxygen, germs can't breathe. Or they'll die slowly over time. But food still goes off, and every time they go to get food, they're running through germs. So they end up getting food poisoning and getting sick. So it's probably best if I sort of like rebuild it, but over here, not near where I'm storing all their waste. That was kind of just something that I had to build because of the way the base was expanding, but now that I think about it, I should have built this over here, not over there, because it's a lot easier for me now to move this over here than it is to move that over there. Like say if I wanted to transfer all this water, every one of these tiles is 1,000 kilograms of water. That takes a very long time to move. Like I got one little bit of polluted water over here with polluted dirt, and because of that I had to sequester it off, build like a little barrier, and I'm going to have to actually pump out the good water that's in here, but not the bad water, and add it back in. It's so complicated. Like over here, like these gas pumps which are putting oxygen into the docks, the docks where they get their air for their masks. It's got to go through a gas filter that will only let actual oxygen through, as opposed to polluted oxygen. So like every single thing you try to do, it's really super complicated, but funny. I'll leave it running for a while so you can just see what stupid shit they do next. Oh yeah, the bits. These guys will get that too. Like they talk to each other and everything. Yeah, they're beds. Like cots. I don't know about you, but I've definitely slept like that before. This guy's running on the treadmill. Some people get all the fun jobs. So basically in a Breaking Bad move, he's also my researcher. He's the guy who does all the research. And he's also the cook, so I gave him a cook hat. And so he's either generating power, researching, or cooking that. Just kidding. He's making a pickled meal at the moment. That's the main food source for everyone. Yep. Whereas I've got other guys who basically run around and do things like this. Power, yep. So you've got hamster wheels, so you've got to make sure you feed the hamster. Or you've got coal generators. They take coal and output a lot of heat and pollution, and they're pretty hard to deal with. You can burn wood. You can burn hydrogen, natural gas, petroleum, generate it from steam. I can't build those yet. Solar panels. So there's quite a couple of different ways. Solar panels are only good up in space. They don't really work underground. Though I suppose you could probably fill a room with giants. I wonder if someone's tried that before. So these are like little creatures that generate light that like float around everywhere. Exactly. Yeah. And right now I'm running at all of 2 treadmills and 1 battery. So like this waste area in here, it's got like food poisoning germs all through it. Got deodorizers, they run off power. They also consume, you've got to give them sand. So sand and power, and they will clear up all the germs. So now that I've got this one over here, I can say this is a ration box, so it will only hold food. So I can say all, so it's like everything that's edible that they might eat. And if I go put that on priority 7, and then tell them to deconstruct this building, they'll come along, they'll delete that building, and then move all the food that's in here into that. Which I need them to do because there's food poisoning germs here. Too many. Ironically enough, oxygen not included. It's called oxygen not included. Yep. It's so much better. Already over here. I'll just go wait for the carbon dioxide to build up. The oxygen will rise, but the carbon dioxide will settle. That door's open, so when they're breathing out, so that little puff there, it's carbon dioxide. So they're breathing it up. Eventually it's going to fill up. So I'm going to do something about that. I'm waiting for them to finish digging this out. And once they've done that, I'm going to try and figure out a way to consolidate my water here somewhere, hopefully. And I'm going to build a big carbon dioxide sink for it all to fall down here. But the temperature is pretty hot down here, it's like 42 degrees. So that's going to mean more heat goes into my base, which means that my plants could die. That means I've got to get this working. This is a... you find relics in different areas, so like this is like an ancient alien base. It's kind of like a RimWorld in a way. So over here, you've got this one. if I give that hydrogen fuel, that will cool down this area. So I won't need to rely on them bringing ice and bringing it over here. Oh, the red area, yeah. Yep. Slowly digging into it. So when they go outside through here, they got to go through these doors. So they're wearing oxygen masks, but they only last for a certain amount of time. But right now, I'm generating more than enough air for these guys to survive. But heat is going to be a problem. So stuff here. It's called meal lice. And basically the trees have lice that grow on them. So they grow the trees, the lice grow on the trees, and they harvest the lice and they bring it down and they cook it. She's like, "Blah." That meal was horrible. I've got to go sleep and forget that nightmare. So they're all scheduled. They have different schedules. So this is their work period. Then they get 3 sort of periods for downtime to do whatever they want. Because it's a pretty big base and takes them a long time to run around. It takes them that long to get back and go to the toilet and wash their hands and eat food. And then they go to bed. And then they get up and in the morning they might have a shower or something like that. I did have showers actually. I should put some showers back in, but I don't need them just yet. And they generate heat, and their morale is pretty good, so I don't need to give them showers. So they're pretty smelly. Oh, he's got a new skill. Alright, so here's our researcher and cook. Probably want him to... Maybe make him our doctor as well. Because eventually he's going to run out of research, so he can be our cook and our doctor. And give them all hats. Let's happily live in chlorine gas. These guys should start breeding soon as well. Hopefully. Good, they finished that. So what I've got to do is I've got to get the good water out but leave the polluted water in here. And hopefully get the polluted water over there. For some reason I can't get them to mop that up. You used to be able to mop up polluted water in water. There's too much liquid. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pump the good water out and then get them to mop it up. So for that we're going to need a liquid pump. We're going to need a liquid filter. That's going to need power. Put plumbing in. So liquid pipe between that and the intake. And then the liquid filter. I've got to get them to build that first, so I can specify what it's going to filter. Hopefully they can do it quickly. You know what the worst thing is when one of them accidentally goes to the toilet in the water supply. So he's like, he doesn't have any air, so he had to run back up and get air. They're like holding their breath. There we go. Okay, so I can tell this to go liquid, so tell it to do water, but only actual water. And everything else can go through the other pipe. So I've got to tell them to do the rest of the piping now, which is so actual water will just go here and put like a liquid out vent, and then I can tell them to take the rest of the water, which is going to be polluted water, and tell them to put it, tell them to put it into this existing pump network. So that's basically done now. Once that's finished building, that will do exactly what I want it to do. We'll pump water out, we'll leave the polluted water in the bottom, and actually no, we'll pump the polluted water into there, and then I can delete that. Things get way more complicated as well. This is like really basic stuff. Essentially what I've done is I've gone really slow and done everything extremely low tech, and eventually I'm going to have to go high tech. So at the moment I'm trying to reduce as much power usage as possible. More research. I want to get all of the research done, because then I can basically get rid of my research facilities. I don't need to worry about generating power, because these take resources as well to do research. So research is this is the research tree. So it might be farming, like cooking food, and then like growing, like ranching food. Then different types of traps and incubators, so I can put eggs and grow eggs. Yeah, that the money is essentially research. So that's one guy sitting here researching away, and it takes water and dirt and other sorts of things to do research. So they'll drop that off there and he'll research away using power. So that's the resources. There's no money in the game. It's all resources. But yeah, everything has a cost. Whether it's heat or power or, you know, like gas or liquid, or it's really complicated. I've never beaten it. Like, that's the reason why I'm playing it. That's the reason why I'm going so slow. I can speed this up. I can be like, but as problems happen, I want to be able to see them. So I'll leave this in high speed for a bit, because I know that what they're doing is what I want them to do. But hopefully nothing silly should happen. Right now, I'm about 10 hours into this run. All up, I've played the game about 110 hours, maybe? Like, in every run that I've played. And this isn't like the default, like this is the default like sort of start, but like every map is randomly generated, so every map is different, and you can change it to be different types of maps. This is like the standard map, so you could have one that's just all lava, everything is lava, and then you gotta try and survive in lava. But I haven't even tried to beat the game. Like, I haven't even successfully beaten the game on its essentially easiest difficulty. This is still survival mode, so people can die and all that sort of stuff. And it's basically supposed to be the easiest. Though it's like on normal difficulty, but on the easiest map. Though every map is different. Yeah, like all lava, yeah, so like everything is like 200 degrees or more. And then you gotta try and figure out how to cool it. You end up like building a base that's like this big. With like multiple layers of insulation. And there's ways to delete heat and get rid of heat that you have to abuse the heck out of. But I don't need to do that just yet. Metal refinery, there we go. Pretty soon I'm going to need to build a couple of these, and they're going to generate massive amounts of heat. So one of the best things about this is I'm actually there's a sorry, I'm going to need that one just back there eventually. Oh, there we go. Oh, they're starting to get stressed as well. So, please give me someone. I need someone. he's actually not. He's pretty good, even though he's called Stinky. Okay, we'll get this guy. Okay. Got a new guy. So for him, I'm gonna need to build him a mess table for him to eat. Yeah, that's where it gets really difficult, like managing heat. The first one, which I'm really lucky because it's close to my base, is one of these. There's only one on the map, and it spawns randomly somewhere. It can reduce heat down in the area really low. But you gotta give it hydrogen for it to do that. Hydrogen is this gas that's up here. It's lighter than other gas, so you need a form of generating hydrogen before you can run one of these. And the other thing you got to do is you can use aqua tuners. So tricky to explain. So you have an aqua tuner which generates heaps of heat, and you put water in there and it turns that into steam, and then you have a steam generator generating power that powers the aqua tuner, and every time liquid goes through it, it drops the temperature down by 15 degrees, and then you run pipes through the area so that they can transfer heat, and you take that heat that's the decreased heat that's coming out and you pipe that through your base. So, and while it's piping through the base, it picks up heat, goes back to the aqua tuner, and it deletes heat, and it goes through a steam turbine and creates power. That's one way to do it, but it's not never ending. Essentially, there's no way to really permanently do it. Like you can, I'm at cycle 61, you can keep it going for about 1,000 cycles, roughly. Or more. Like with the amount of people that I've got right now, it can be way more. But, yeah, so he's got a bed now. And give him somewhere to eat as well. And I'm going to put him in our first shift, which he already is. Work on his priorities, give him some skills first if I can. Digger, he's got carrying. He's going to have to take athletics eventually. Give him that. He's basically a farmer, give him strength. This guy, okay, so operating. He's good at construction and operating. I'll give him operating first off. And, yeah, now priorities. So, he's got an up on priority in building. And that should help us out quite a bit. So basically, one more person now running around, but we've got to feed and give air. But right now I'm doing good for food, so... In fact, food is actually rotting, so... One more person just makes it that much easier, because there's another person running around doing things. That's only a pneumatic door, I need to replace that with walls. Slowly getting there. And they're laying eggs. Yep, that's working now. So it's pumping out the water. It's already pumped out the polluted water. Yeah, these guys lay eggs. Hatches. So there's an egg over here incubating. Later in the game, a lot of your food actually comes from like raising animals like this, because you can eat them for meat as well as eat their eggs. So what you do is you try to encourage them to make eggs and grow more, and you place their extra eggs in a pit of water, and when they hatch, the animal drowns. Then you pick up the animal and you go cook it. Speaking of which, more research. Slowly getting there. Looks like that bleach didn't drop when I dug it out. Basalite's actually really good as a this type of material is really good as a heat barrier when it's in its natural state, so you don't want to dig it out, which is the reason why I haven't. Perfect, okay, I can deconstruct that now. I still haven't found a way up yet. Oh, buried object, there we go. Slime. Pretty soon I'm gonna have to start thinking about more research done. I'm gonna have to start thinking about going high attack. But I want to get all the research done first. So anyway, I hope you've been doing well. I haven't talked about work yet this entire stream. Oh my god, this month was so busy. Basically, I broke the record. I hit 200 claims this month. I did over 50 yesterday. They should pay me a bonus for that. Well, temperature's actually getting pretty high in here now. Temperature's increasing. Danger, danger. So to fix that, I need to do radiant pipes, which I only just recently researched. But I need metal to build those. So one potential fix that I can use is I can just put another set of pipe here, connect it to the same network so it fills up with water. That will double the cooling that that water is currently providing. So right now the contents of that is at 26.2 degrees, but all the way down here, where's the pump? It's here somewhere. Right here it's 23 degrees. So it's picking up heat on its way up there. Actually, no, I need to do it another way. Cancel. This way, this way. I've got to do it another way. I'm going to try and think about how I'm going to do it. Oh, okay, yeah. So if I put a pipe down here and attach it to that, the pump will run all the time. Oh yeah. There's a good game, like, somewhat like Frozen City called Frostpunk. Not sure if it's going to work on a tablet though. Back inside. I'll have a look. I'll see what it is. One sec. So it's called Frozen City, was it? Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. So it's basically Frostpunk. It's like a mobile version of Frostpunk. I'll play that next. When I get bored of this, because I will, let me know when you do. Like, not that I'm gonna get bored of it, it's just that, like, it's a game in this where you've got to kind of, like, make a couple of decisions and then wait. It takes ages. So I can sit there talking all the time, and, like, that's great, but eventually I'll sit there and I'll be like, oh, I'm getting bored. I'll show you Frostpunk after I'm done with this. Let me know when you're getting bored. Okay, so decorating, tidying, suit wearing. I don't have a decorator yet. I mean, I don't have a tidier yet. Plus, they got a suit wearing. That's good. Okay, they're our 8th. Mess table, food. Trying to remember where everything is. Furniture. There it is. Okay. Quinn. They know the fundamentals of decor. Okay. Got so many people running around now. Priorities. Quinn is gonna be tidying, some supplying, and he's gonna be storing. Food's starting to go down a little bit, but it's still pretty good. Oh my god, it's just got really cold. It's really cold. I've become like such a baby when it comes to cold weather now. I used to run around at 3 o'clock in the morning when it was like -3 or -4 degrees in a t-shirt and a pair of shorts. And now it's like 10 degrees and I'm like, oh, it's cold. When I'm wearing a jumper. Alright, I'll let this run for a bit. Basically what I really want to do at the moment is I wanted to get all the research done. So once I get all the research done, there's not that much left, then I'll show you Frostbite. Because I've got 8 tubes now, it's going to go pretty quickly. I'll speed it up. And the temperature, so they've got to finish building those pipes. Actually, yeah, that's something I could really build right now that will make it even better. If I can go... temp shift tiles. That'll do it. Temp shift, where is it? Plumbing. Temp shift plate, there we go. So I want to build one there, and I want to build one there. But we want to build it out of ice. This is like a temporary measure. It's just enough to cool down the area, but... Whoop. Nice, there we go. And put that on high priority. And we're going to mine out some more ice at high priority. Perfect. Okay. So what these guys are going to do is once that's built, it's going to cool down the area massively. No problem. Have fun. Let me know when you come back. I'll try and rush this through to the point where I'm happy with it, and I'll show you Frostpunk. If you started playing that other game, you're going to love Frostpunk, trust me. It's basically a clone of Frostpunk, but for mobile. Kittens! Get photos! Do you have any black and white moggies? You gotta name one Shadow. I will. I'm just gonna rush it, because like, compared to where I started earlier today, I've already done heaps. So I'm gonna stop playing it soon and play something else. I'll wait till you come back if you come back. Oh yeah, so there we go, water's pumping. This is dangerous because that can use a lot of power. But the temperature in here is already way lower. So I can actually break one of those pump tiles now. I'll put a switch on it. More eggs! I'm slowly running out of algae too. I'm down to 35 tons of it. awesome. On my Discord, just send them via email. Don't worry about the Discord. I actually nearly never check it. I have like this aversion to Discord. The only thing I use it Discord for is when I'm playing like WoW or even Fantasy Star Online. I nearly never use Discord. I check my email a lot more regularly, and surprisingly I actually don't get that much junk mail. Oh, I'm running out of food. Oh shit. I think I might need to start transferring carbon dioxide, every other type of gas outside my base. So ventilation, gas pump, and a gas filter. And a gas vent. Oh, there we go. First power problem. So I've got, oh, there goes all my cooling. Can't feed my farms. Fuck. I knew that was gonna happen. I was like, oh fuck, I hope this doesn't happen. I've got to get that water back in there real quick. That'll help insulate the heat loss, because I've got so much ice in there, and wasting it would be a really bad idea. This is potentially a game ending. I think it's sorted. No! Should have been filtered. It's only supposed to filter fucking water. What have I done? Oh wait, it hasn't been built yet, that's why. Okay. Fuck. Okay, plumbing. Liquid. Please tell me that they've killed it. They have to kill that. Kill it! Yes! So it should run back down now. Thank fuck. It's because I joined the fucking thing. Good. It's fixed. Awesome. That's a lot of gold. Take that baby poker shell down. So I can eat our poop. Happy poker shell. Hey, we got hatches multiplying. Fucking algae. Need to run with algae for a little bit longer, so I maybe need to start thinking of a way to actually generate it. Research is going good. I'm nearly there. I had a little bit of an accident earlier where when I was insulating my water pool, it all fell. So I'm having to pump it back in. It's taking a lot of power and generating a bit of heat as well. I do have a lot of ice stored, 13.3 tons of it, so that should helpfully keep that low. Yeah, the water I'm pumping through our base. Oof. .5 starting temperature. Research is, yeah, it's going along. I'm nearly there. Lots of baby hatches running around too. These ones poop out poops out coal, which I can use to produce power. Ideally, I want them to turn into the type of hatch that I want them to be is from sedimentary rock. Let's slow it down for a second and actually have a look at it. So, critters. Hatches. Stone hatch. Drops meat, diet, sedimentary rock. And I've got a lot of rock. So I don't know why they're hatching into sage hatches, but eventually they will be producing rock hatches. And that's slowly pumping out and back into here. And what next do I need to do? Well, it's just basically research, making sure I get all the research done. I'm working on that now, and the next one's all this. So we're nearly there. And I can start thinking about going mid-game. This is still like early game. Well, it's actually kind of mid-game. Because of what I'm doing. I've only got 8 tubes. But I've almost got all the research done, so it's basically almost mid-game. But mid-game using 1 battery. And I've got the infrastructure in place to pump the carbon dioxide out. So my base has got plenty of oxygen. And we're doing well for food as well. I had to re-establish this farm and get that running again so that we could keep on producing food. And I've got a poker shell and they're gonna eat my food and convert it into sand. Hopefully it lays an egg soon. Meanwhile, I've got hatches. They're happily eating away, eating rock. Oh, I just hit max limit, so that's as many as I can actually have in here. So I've got to actually put in another one. Maybe I should sweep up the stuff that's here so that they don't eat it. They only eat what I'm feeding them. I think that's what's happening. They're eating all the stuff that's on the ground. That water's starting to get hot. Time for another couple of temp shift plates, I think. plenty of ice. Now they're generating a lot of power to power the pumps. Slightly running around Boggy. Eventually I'll need to start making oxygen from water, which I can do from polluted water as well. I can recycle that, and there's a lot of it around here. But as soon as I start breaking into that slight one, I need to have like decent ways of dealing with that. I don't have that yet. Oh, the ice is starting to melt. There's water up there. Alright, so basically at the moment my 100% focus is to try and get as much research done as possible. So I want to get all the research done, and I'm nearly there. And I've done it by cycle 83 using 1 battery and 2 dreadnoughts. So heat is one of the biggest problems that I have at the moment. So I used a temp shift plate to keep my farming essentially down, so that's what they're getting fed. So calories available, and more or less exactly, yeah, that's why I'm using templates, because I'm using ice that's from in here. I'm dropping it down, like I've got one bin that's over here that's got about 10 tons of ice in it, and the entire base is insulated. So right now all it's running is a couple of wheel generators and a battery to get all that research done. And while I'm maintaining that heat quotient, I'm also occasionally getting rid of the carbon dioxide that's building up from the... Yeah, exactly. Yeah, thank you. So I'm trying to, every now and then I pump all the carbon dioxide out. There's still quite a bit of oxygen out here. It's breathable. But the only 2 ways that they can get out on the base at the moment are through a oxygen mask dock on each side. And with that in place, as well as raising hatches for the sort of like mid-late game. Like, I'm trying to get them to go into the, I'm only feeding them sedimentary rock at the moment, so hopefully they turn into the ones that poop out coal. And I'm kind of just letting it run at the moment. So that temp shift plates, they just dropped. And of course, like, the overflow just runs back into my water supply. I'm trying to pump the water back up through here. I've got one liquid filter going here, but there's no gas filters or anything like that constantly running. That's the only one that's like 100% running all the time. And that's just because I wanted to build the insulated tile in my water. That was a bit of a mistake. Oh yeah. Well, kinda, no. Because like, what happens is when they convert, the water that comes out of them, like say all this water's at 12 degrees. So you actually don't need that many of them. Like one temp shift plate, the water that runs down from it can cover, especially if it's made from ice, which is what I'm using, can cover a lot of tiles. And that fixes the temperature. So at the moment, that's how the temp is looking. It's actually better outside my base in some places. But I'm lucky enough that I've got this whole massive ice biome. And that will last pretty much for, like, with what I've got right now, that will last for 200, 300, 400 cycles minimum. And all the abyssalites, you know, absorbing the heat change. I haven't come across a single volcano yet. So I don't know where they are. But it looks like all the volcanoes on this seed. Yeah, I haven't even done metal yet. Essentially, that's how early game it is. But I've almost got all the research done. And then I'm going to try and punch up. So the next stage that I've got is like looking at the temperature of these. 19.7, 18.7 degrees up here for the water. I'm going to try and punch probably up this way, get to space, so I can start like venting some carbon dioxide. But by the time I get to that, I mean, I'm only running 8 tubes. Yeah. But this is probably the luckiest seed that I've ever had, and like it was full on random selection too. On the first vid where I actually like on the first episode, I did like the whole like rolling to try and get the right dupes, and I wasn't too anal about it, but yeah, 100% random seed. And it's actually one of the really good ones too. But it is a terror start, and playing base game, so it's not the spaced out DLC. I'm trying to save like all these little pockets. So I've got all this stuff that I can use when I need it, but I'm not going to use it until I need it. And right now I'm basically overpressured, so my oxygen diffusers, I've only got 2 of them, are running on max. And food-wise, I'm basically round about producing what I consume. So, like, it's going really well. And I've got about 10 tons of ice in that one there. I should probably spread that out between the different containers for... Yeah, algae. That's why I'm watching it like a hawk. 28 ton, essentially. And that's down from 40 ton about 30-40 cycles ago. So I'm going to have to do something about oxygen generation soon. If I have to start running like an electrolyzer to do it, which I know I have to eventually. I've got that there, and basically, once I've got all of the research done, so all of it, I'm gonna try and do... Yeah, exactly. Yep. I haven't found a volcano yet for water. But all this ice, that's a lot of ice. So potentially I could run hot water, polluted water, and dump it up the top up here and melt all of this. Because if you actually dig out one of these blocks, it only gives you half the amount from it when you dig it. So that's actually a lot of water. Plus I haven't even touched the slime bones yet. And essentially I've been extremely careful where I'm digging to make sure I don't dig under a sand block or something like that, Minecraft style. Because my entire base, there's not a single slime lung germ in this. And we're at cycle 84. So once slime lung gets in, then it's gonna start getting a little bit difficult. But my objective for today, and when I'll be ending the stream and playing some Frostpunk or something, is then I want to get all the research done. So I want every single research block done, and we're pretty close. It's only going to take like another 20-30 minutes. And all I've got to really do is keep them alive till I do that. Once I do that, then I can start thinking about doing like water to air, plastic and steel, because I've got all of those resources saved. Like they're just there. But I do have to punch up to space eventually, because carbon dioxide, that's going to be the biggest one. So I dug all that out before as a carbon dioxide sink. And I had to put a pump down there because I lost some of my water by putting in some insulated tiles. But yeah, so at the moment the biggest thing that's a threat is basically carbon dioxide buildup, because that's going to keep on building up. Yeah, poker shell running around eating my poop. And I've got shells that hopefully... I guess some of them died, because I thought this was at max before. I'm trying to get rid of all the food in their enclosure so that I can start making the sedimentary rock version. They've been transferring into sage ones. But because I'm not at maximum capacity yet, I'm just letting them breed, see how it goes. So outside of my base, it's all insulated. Airlocks. I'm only letting them out using oxygen mask docks. One on each side at the moment. And for decor, I did drywall, so I skipped a couple of steps, just put like drywall all through research, and like their housing, where they eat, and where they poop and all that, and 2 lights that are basically essentially on all the time. Thank you. Yeah. I mean, it's underdeveloped, but like I'm essentially just what would you call it? Min-maxing it for like the early game. I suppose cycle 85 you could be much further along, but slow and steady wins the race for this one. 8 tubes. And I've got them ready for suits. So yeah, I'm kind of happy with just like letting it run and watching it. So as soon as I get all the research done, I'm probably going to play some Frostpunk, because that's a little bit more difficult. Like, especially early game. The science! That's it. The science team! Plus I have beers. Beers for the win. Like air transfer tiles to keep the air levels good throughout the base, so that all the carbon dioxide actually sinks. And yeah, like insulated tiles where it counts. So where I'm generating heat, not worried about insulating heat. But for where I'm producing food, definitely worried about it. I've got those sitting there just in case I need a bit of extra food production. I needed them actually earlier in the game. I started to run out pretty hard. I just deleted all the pipes. They're just sitting there waiting to go. So pickled meal. Pacus in my water supply. Barbecue from dying patches or whatever whenever they fall over. It's pretty much a waiting game at the moment. And storage bins. So basically everything that I sweep up from the floors in here to keep the decor high. So exactly where you need it. Like sweeping up the floors, everything's going in here. And whenever they fill up, I just basically hit, like deselect it. And just dumps it all on the floor. I've got a poker shell that's running around happily eating most of it. A couple of deodorizers. I've only got 2 operational. So like 4 in the entire base. Because I don't need to worry about slime one yet. You know, if water's getting emptied down here, if they can sweep it. Yeah, polluted water into here. That's the toilet reservoir, essentially. Using an airlock. And, God, what else? So, had a bit of an accident where I had to drop stuff down into here. And pumping all of it back out using one filter. So, pumping a filter. That's a bit of power that I wouldn't normally need to use. Hopefully once this gets down to the bottom and I can mop it up, then I won't need to run these. And my main researcher is so he's a researcher and cool. and schedules. So, because they have to travel so far, I've given them a little bit of extra downtime. I know I can get rid of the bath time part of it, but I've left it in. So I've got, 4. And it's staggered, so as soon as these guys go on break, they start downtime. And morale-wise, they're doing really good. The only thing I don't have enabled is those seats wearing out. I think that was added in a later patch, so my default start conditions didn't include that. So they can use the suits basically forever. And in terms of rooms, and you've got, Great Hall, waterproof fire, potted plant, barracks for 8. That's the maximum size of a barracks. It's 64 tiles and 64 tiles for 8. And a washroom, same thing. 4 and a 4, works out. 1 battery. 2 treadmills. Though they did have 2 smaller batteries and a jumbo battery for a while. Then I deleted the smaller ones because I realised I didn't really need them. I'm not using any automation on the wiring. It's like no juke detection or anything. So the only light provided is basically from the shine bugs and 2 lights. Come on, research. I'll speed it up a bit. Basically, my objective for this particular stream is to max out all the research while keeping everyone alive. And then I'm going to play a little bit of Frostpunk. And drink beers. Good Saturday for science. And I've still never beaten the game. So, I've never actually beaten this game. It'd be nice if I can set it up to do that. Previously, in my previous runs, I've never tried to use temp shift tiles. And for ice biomes, usually I just run a pipe through it. But this is like passive cooling, so if I need cooling, I can just get them to grab ice and bring it over and build a temp shift tile. Whereas previously I'd be like running a pipe with a, like a radiant pipe to change the temp and then run it back. Researchers getting there. give him a decor hat. Oh, they've run out of things to do finally. I suppose I could start building an airlock. food. Whoop. What's he doing? Is the reason they can't get in there and drop off because there's a gas vent there? Maybe? Okay. Yeah. Should be food in these things. Research is done. Next stage. Yeah, more fish. Let him jump out into the water. Go on. Go. 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 You can do it! If that doesn't mean I'm out of sedimentary rock. Like, why aren't they getting fed? Okay, this is making no sense. I've told them to bring it, and they're not bringing it. I think it's an emergency priority. They should be bringing that right now. Is this sweep only, maybe? I don't have any available. Okay, well that might be why. Okay. Maybe igneous, obsidian, granite. Igneous, obsidian, granite. suppose it's igneous then. They can't fucking eat that, can they? Fuck. I don't know what to do. Sedimentary. Don't have any of it. That's throwing me for a 6, because I was pretty fucking sure you could do that. Yeah, quickly Google that. Okay, so it used to be what you fed hatches determined what they spawn as. It's completely changed. Okay, so fucking hell. Sandstone, maybe? What do I have the most of? Don't want edible. Don't want soil. Eggs. Okay, so we got sand, sandstone. I suppose I got a lot of sandstone. Okay, so sandstone, hatches for hatchlings, more sandstone, and sedimentary rock. And I only want stone hatches, so oh, well, that will keep them going, I suppose. I got one stone hatchling. There's research going. Slowly getting there. Yeah, so I've just figured out they can't eat sedimentary rock or whatever it is they're getting anymore. You actually got to feed them sandstone. Okay. New building required. Done. That's all research completed. The only additional research I can do from here is basically requiring rocket sites. Gonna save it there. That's basically it. As always, thank you very much for watching. I'll play a little bit of Frostpunk because it's actually kind of interesting how someone made like a mobile game version of it. So from here, essentially, here's where we have to go like tech up. I've got room to do it. I've got 1, 2, 3. Lots of room. Lots of room to do it. In fact, down here is probably where I'll do it. Yeah. Catch you next time.